Yo. Hello? Hello? Who is this? Oh, sorry. Let me take my makeup off. Sorry, that's my bad. Let me take my makeup off. Whoops. Sorry about that. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Makeup's off. Okay. All clean. All good. All clean. Whew. Uh-huh. Perfect. Ready to stream now. Perfectly ready to stream. Hello, subtitles. I don't like... So I have the chat up on that comes up when someone chats. But if I switch to another thing... Is that Suska? Kinda. If I change to another thing, so like, let's say I change back to, I put the makeup back on, I'm back in makeup mode, right? I'm looking like a pretty princess right now. And then I transition back. It'll save the message on screen, even though it was, oh no, there it goes. I'm wrong, sorry. I'm wrong. Whoops. So we're gonna continue. Mission 2. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. I think we're gonna meet Sherlock. I mean, I don't know his name. Let's find out. Sholmes? Sherlock Sholmes? What's up with Ryunosuke and Kazuma? Are they together now? It's been so long.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound.
Voice acting?
Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view.
Not at home
Sholmes
this
was
weekend.
staring intently at one particular corner.
Using
when he started
AirPlay?
whispering to me.
What's AirPlay?
The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh, it's a snake. The speckled band is a snake? Burya. I appreciate you watching abroad. Streaming from tablet to TV.
So,
Oh.
let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me.
This game has
The
cutscenes?
trap door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way?
Oh, true, I am doubled.
So, this would appear to be
Thank you.
locked room mystery.
I gotta remember to do that when I'm
In these
listening
final moments, the
to
victim
playback.
scribbled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed. So
You want to almost break me? You post that in chat every single time.
This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Can't watch this, you want to play this. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries.
This paper
Hey,
seal was placed
thanks for
just
popping
prior
in.
to the
Thank you for
incident. The victim himself.
correcting my doubled audio. And thank you for the well wishes.
What have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
It is paper.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I'll never forget you now, Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Wild. For some reason, I didn't expect this game to have, like, actual animated cutscenes. Or voice acting, to be honest. I only expected the voice acting to be, like, objection. Yes. What's going on? Am I back in Ryunosuke's body? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Am I Ryunosuke again? Whoa, there's a sword on the floor. I am Ryunosuke. Wait, I can't move. I'm in... Am I going to prison again? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now. Hello. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not... I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. Oh, I understand. He's got a thick accent. You are a true cold-blooded man. You? Ah, you found me then. Duh. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Ugh, sorry. Did you know the character of the Matrix who said not like this, his name's Switch? Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, That's a crime. You can't do that. That's a crime. You can't solve a crime with another crime. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Gah! Wait! What did you just say? Take his life? What? No! Where is he? I would never kill Kazuma. I would never. We're soulmates. Ha, you pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. I like the statue in the back. The man. with his arms outstretched. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. He's not dead. There's no way. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please. Kazuma's not dead. No way is Kazuma dead. No way. I refuse. You're telling me that Dreamboat died without unsheathing his katana for us first? You know he would unsheath his katana at any given chance. How often he flashed it, he would just like pull it out a little, flip it out. He's not dead. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I... What if every case in this game is just... I'm getting accused of everything? I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. Okay. No. No. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Look at him. In this very room, even. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha 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 ha. Don't be so foolish. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the floor. I thought I was going to die. Huh? Oh, yeah. I can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. I think there's plenty of space in your trunk, Kazuma. You must be even less of a man than you look. Okay. Time to defend yourself in another 8-hour trial. I'm hoping, because it hurts to sit, and I don't want to keep getting up every half an hour to like walk around, that this is like a 3-4 hour. We'll bang this out in a 3-4 hour. I'd like to do a case of stream. Is the hope. Without your boyfriend flirting with you. It wouldn't be the same. If I have to do the whole case without Kazuma flirting with me, that's gonna suck. It's gonna be a rough one. Everyone's gonna accuse me of murdering my boyfriend? Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But you could dock right over here if you want, Naruhodo. Or Ryunosuke, sorry. Naruhodo is my last name? I can't remember. But if you continue, or if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Anime. But also, dead space. From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba? You mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. Kazuma. Don't you know the times? No, Kazuma would say that to me. Ryunosuke, don't you know the times? They would put you away for sure if they found out about this. We're not supposed to be openly together like this. If she knew what we had done, that would make her guilty by association. It all lines up. There's subtext here. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. Get in the closet. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes. But what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason, and then I'll be in for it? Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Why is there a book on the ground? Behind him. Got a show rec for you. A television show? What's up? What's the show? Joe Para talks with you. Let's see. Joe Para talks with you. Season 3? What the? Adult Swim. This is old. 2018? 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, though. 93% of Google users like this show. I like this poster. Here, let's I'll bring this up. This poster's cute. Let's open image a new tab. We'll switch over. Watching. Look at this poster. That's pretty cute. I thought this was like an old book or something. You know? That's what it reminds me of. Really good show. Episodes are only like a minute, 11 minutes long? Okay. You know what? I think I saw there's like 20 episodes, 30 episodes, 11 minutes long. 22 episodes. That's only 220 minutes. Cute little show. Okay, I'll keep it up. I'll keep it open in a tab, and I'll watch an episode right after the stream, I promise. And I'll tell you. Keep that tab open. There we go. 11 minutes. I'll at least give it 2 episodes, the length of a regular half-hour show. Then I could stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. And that's what happened. And then someone came in and stabbed Kazuma. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. They took our England adventure away from us. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before, but you even admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Sisato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Isn't this the same question? The incident is Kazuma's death, no? Let's be more general. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Probably because they found out they were together. People really didn't like that back in these days. Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone else. Please. Whatever you say, you were in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but I was too busy being deprived of oxygen in that cabin, or in that wardrobe right there. He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived in the cabin, I wonder? Or at his cabin, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried. So when I found a member of the crew, I said, "Bash this door open right now." Yep, pretty much. But the writing he wrote in, I mean, I guess Kazuma knew different languages, right? There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. I'm gonna say that's like Russian or something, right? And unless he knew Russian, why would he write that? And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. Nobody sleeps in a wardrobe. This is all very hard for me to believe too, trust me. Don't you trust me? Okay. Ooh, check mark. We did it. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? Shit. I still have the cuffs on. How? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. Or, sorry, locked from the inside. There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. So there's probably like a secret way in, right? In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. And ceiling. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been someone inside this cabin. What about that vent right there, right above the wardrobe? What about the vent? Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. Kazuma's chalk outline doesn't do him justice. No, it even cuts off his feet. Well, I mean, we didn't see his whole body. I don't remember seeing his feet. Maybe his feet were cut off. That's part of the murder. I also love the meteor. It's like a Final Fantasy VII logo meteor. Blood smear across the floor. How did he die then? What exactly happened? Well, first they cut his feet off, and then someone cast meteor on him. Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? Then there's no proof. How do you even know he's dead if you can't prove how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yeah? Alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Last night. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. I wanted to mix Nippon and Japan. And I've been shut up in this cabin this entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Oh, yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? You? Yeah. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What's the real reason? Why to go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? There he is, so stern. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yeah, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. Not with you, anyway. It'd be a great opportunity. But on a personal level, I just like having you around, Ryunosuke. If you were to become a lawyer, then... then what? Nothing. Forget it. Did you know the character in The Matrix who says "not like this" is named Switch? Huh? Kazuma-sama he's always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you, but my stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes! Word perfect, in fact. Anyways. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Oh, same thing that happens every night. Just a couple bros broing out together. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Very convenient. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Even when we weren't on the boat, he was always just making sure I'm well fed and healthy. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, and he shut the doors. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yeah. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. These handcuffs prove it. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Stop saying that. Really? Somebody probably conked me on the head. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Trust me, I love... Oh my god, that really doesn't do him justice. Where's his flowing headband? How do you not outline his headband? That's part of who he is. His arms are right, like he's built. He's just built like that. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Arg! I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. Plot twist, the cuffs are from last night. They come in, they're like, why are you already wearing handcuffs? And he's like, I don't know. I don't remember. And they're like, well, I guess we'll just leave him there because it's the culprit who's already cuffed. See, what you gotta do is you gotta open the wardrobe and you'll see the fuzz from the cuffs that got torn off during the adventure last night. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke, we can't find the key. I can't tell her that it's in Kazuma's pocket. Otherwise... No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how they did it. Or in how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Yeah! What the? That was a Susato takedown. She broke my neck. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? Actually, that is perfect, because it was a few weeks ago. Like, I hadn't played this in a few weeks, so that's perfect. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expected me to present some conclusive evidence. But I had Kazuma to help me for that. Now I'm all alone. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. I don't like how the university collar pin is always a clue. It's like, oh, do you want to show this? Do you want to show it off? I go to university. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So I used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. So I gotta present that.
Yes!
Yes! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, not necessarily impossible. What if you had an associate who helped you? Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Can you help me up now? Now, do you think... Yeah, exactly. I like how she's shocked, too. She's like, oh, I didn't know you'd ever want to stand again. I thought that's where you just stayed now. Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to... What does she think I am, a magician? I'm a university student, I don't know any magic. For now, I suggest that you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. And I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Don't misunderstand. I still have my doubts. I shall be watching you, to make sure that you do not do anything that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy any evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should start investigating here. Examine anything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Yep. What's up? Okay, I'm gonna examine. What's this guy up to? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewmate makes it the scene of the crime? Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Bad. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet. Of course not. Now go back to corner room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Can I call him out? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh! What's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? Yeah. I always use left D-pad and right D-pad to look around any room, including my real life. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I'm using my peripheral. What's this? This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds like some kind of conjuring trick. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Hello? Room service? I suppose nobody comes for Ew. What? No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. So he could have rung the bell, but no one came. I'm sure it's the vent, dude. Someone came in through the vent. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese, which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then tossed on the floor in here. Huh? Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Oh, it was very romantic, don't get me wrong. If anyone thinks being a stowaway with Kazuma isn't romantic, there's a door over there. Show yourself out. That's just too wrong to be here. Well, it was less painful than Susado's takedown. Okay. What about the books? The books have fallen on the shelf, look. They've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? They all fell to the left. I guess it's this way. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see him. No, don't tamper with the evidence! She just tampered with the crime scene. You're asking me to find conclusive evidence and you mess with the crime scene? What do you think of this? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have been broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket around like this with him, would he? The mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? Some sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. They probably hit him with something and then took it. Why would you not take the evidence with you? Or it's hidden here. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. Ah, just imagining him sitting down, writing down what he thinks and all his notes. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Well, he'll make it, he just, you know. He won't be able to see it. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hi-ya! Hey! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if something important happened? What if it's something important, like relevant to the case? Alright. I won't read it. She seems to be hiding a lot. For a murder case. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? I don't like that. She's being pretty Suska right now. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. So he was probably writing, someone hit him, and the ink pot fell. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? He sees it and is like, man, this is some crazy Japanese. I'm sorry, Kazuma, I can't read it, dude. It's inconclusive evidence. Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Okay. His sword. What's this, like bone? What's this? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious. How would you know? It was my roast chicken. Did she, like, have the scraps? Try a little. But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it from the table, of course. Which begs the question, like a dog, of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. He didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? The worst way to go. To die with no yummy food?
No yummy food.
Nope.
You know what's good though? You probably won't poop yourself when you die.
That's true, I guess. It's just too terrible. Too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Why, was the food bad? What's this? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all the passengers on board. The passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. We have a sword. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Probably a pet. Kazuma thought of us as a pet, for sure. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. We go from that straight to the sword. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. Oh, so Kazuma will always be with us then. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Hmm. Okay. This guy's hiding something. Saige. Saigi. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Are we sure about that? There's a lot of euphemisms going around. Suggestive themes. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet you. Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Last thing's the door. Unless I can look at the table, I didn't try. When I went for help, and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. Don't look at me like that, Suzuto. When she glares at me like that, I feel all tense. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading, once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside of the room in a situation like this. She got the book right here? Oh, she does. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal. They seal together perfectly. Okay. There would be no possibility of using a needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Just did the same thing twice. Oh yeah, I can look at the table. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No. Alright, is that everything? Got the door. We can try and talk to him again. Got the case, got the broken glass, looked at his outline. The writing, the desk. Oh, we didn't look at the cabin. Or that. Yeah, okay. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Huh? Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Bless you. That's okay. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Well, you were eating. You didn't eat in the wardrobe, and last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Oh. I had no idea. Maybe his headband stopped flowing and then he just passed out. Who knows? I can't examine where he was sleeping? This is obviously where the culprit came in, this vent here. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. What? Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. Huh. That is true. Yeah. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in through the seas or when the seas are rough or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. Hey, what are you doing here? And I don't think that can hold his weight. He wasn't here a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Well, he doesn't look that tall right now. He's crunched over. Ah, you're right, he is suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that man is? No. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he is investigating Kazuma's desk. And is he? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. He is playing. Look at him. This man plays. He knows how to distribute his weight across the desk, if you don't understand what I'm saying. This man plays. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Do we speak English? Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in crosshairs, is crosshair one word, or is it two words? You can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Hey, you, tall man. Tall man who is hunched over. Excuse me. He has an English accent. I'm not even gonna bother trying. Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Okay. The underside of the desk. I didn't even think to look there. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Where'd he go? Hey! Greetings. Ugh. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Playing. Ooh. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It looks like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, while venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh! Well, that's true, at least. But how? Hold on, let me toke real quick. How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Oh! Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? Please, enlighten us. She's excited. Objection! We have not done any objectioning right now. What's up? Are you winning? Well, I'm in handcuffs right now, so probably not, I guess. But I'm meeting the famous Herlock Sholmes. It was. We were locked inside our good friend's closet with handcuffs on. and I can't remember a thing about what happened last night. Is Chelsea around? I want to give her something. Yeah, yeah. Wait, what's up? Brad's got something to give you. Hey, you see this? Hey, is this coming in? You can't see it? Here, let me just get it more in your view. Here, let me twist it. You see this? I'm trying. I'm trying to hand deliver it. She's not very receptive. But of course, she deserves it. She would say the same thing to you, I'm sure. She's earned it. Put this in my pocket. Let me just like put that. There we go. Keep that for later. Thank you. I deserve this. I've earned this. Chelsea loves me? Is that true? She didn't say anything, but she shook her head. Like, gave one of these, while looking down sternly at her computer. So, like... Is that a yes? There is no mystery. So I'll take that as a yes. Yeah, she didn't say anything, so... Have you fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary? What? I'm starting to think Herlock Sholmes knows nothing. Russia? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now you travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower? Gah! And when the Barabond occupant of the very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Maybe if you took your goggles off and looked with your real eyes. What if he's just got like, what are those things? Maybe you know, Chels. Oh, is it a viewfinder? Those things you would have as a kid where you like spin the wheel. It's just like goggles, but it has like pictures that rotate.
I'm thinking kaleidoscope.
No, kaleidoscope's when you have like a scope and it's like colorful.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I don't remember.
Maybe that's what he's looking through. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Why is Chelsea yelling? She wants to be heard. I have no mouth that my scream. Certainly I am. Ooh, sick pose. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. Don't look at me like that, Susato. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. You think I've killed 16 people? We were living in Japan together. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... On my back again. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Oh, is that the end of part 1? Oh, okay, no. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure what you could call it. You could call it a deduction. It's more of a plain observation. Indeed. And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Well, you were very, very wrong this time, buddy. Couldn't be more wrong. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I wanted to see him take his goggles off, not them just magically disappear. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. So it's really you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes? The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san? Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. This guy right here. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have to work out the entire case. Oh, he will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Let's converse. Great detective. So, you're the great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? Oh, hairlock. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. Are we sure he has hair? How do we know it's not a wig? How do you know that's not just part of his hat? Like where you could get glasses with a nose on it, you know, and a mustache. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. The Ranced? What's that say? The Ranced magazine? Oh, it says it right there. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have sent it from England especially. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes, here it is, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your interference is backward. Oh, inference, not interference. Backward? My trusty biographer records. Biographer? Oh, my trusty biographer. Sorry, I'm still learning how to read. It's a work in progress. Records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in a magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I hope we meet Wilson. We have to, there's no way we don't. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Okay, so that's his pose, that's like his thing. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved a mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. We take him seriously. He has goggles. Anyone who has goggles, you should take seriously. Deductions, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Gah! A science! Really? Oh, that was me going really. The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reaction in his subjects. I've done that before. We did that during the first case. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. That's all we are as people, is data. Download and delete people. The future, the past, the present, data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Flip my hat to you. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago, you were way wrong. So you see, I have a turn both for observation and deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the greatest detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. Cool. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself amongst their number, gaining an entry to the scene of the crime. Yes! Luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And these handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Arg! Curse you! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Two facts? Oh! Oh! I do wish it gave me a check mark for the thing I did do. But hey, it's split into more paths. I guess that's cool. You know, you unravel stuff as you go. Mr. Sholmes, please tell us. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. Two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. 2. He did use his thumb. Or wait, did he use his thumb for number 1? He's like 1. 2. The victim was Russian. Wait, what? Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? I mean, he could have been. I don't think he was. Initially, I considered Garderobe, which would be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would not be wrong to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Yes. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. You're so wrong. You're wrong again. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. What if it's like upside down? This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Cosimo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. He looked like he's just sleeping soundly, with his fists clenched, though. People do not sleep like that. No one sleeps with their fists clenched. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, thanks. Nice. Can I ask you something, Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sholmes? I keep wanting to say his actual name. Huh? I actually don't think it is. Is Sherlock Holmes copywritten? Okay, I'm looking. Apparently there was a Netflix thing about this recently. This is a lot. I just want to know if it's expired. Is the copyright expired? Specifically, 9 short stories from the casebook are still under copyright. They were written in 1923 and 1927, and they will enter the public domain by 2023. So the last books are still not public domain, so you can't say it yet. What, pray? You mentioned Russian as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a Russian or fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times... I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things that you concluded about me, I mean. Hold on, let me talk real quick. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. I don't care about why the handcuffs are on. I know why they're there. I can't say, but I know why they're there. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Dude. Maybe this isn't so detached from the Matrix after all. He's got Morpheus's glasses. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosimo a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Cosimo-sama wrote on the floor. But you could just know Russian. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Violent Bolshevik. No, no, no. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at him. I mean, I see the similarities. And I don't think I've seen Ryunosuke's face yet. So maybe he got some like plastic surgery. It's been a couple weeks, right? Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, You have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ugh, please! And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up the Crystal Tower. What's the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds that the man had perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the Burt where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated it here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returning from a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Man. Ryunosuke has never seen a map before. He doesn't even have an idea of where it is. I could probably point out a general area of where I think Afghanistan is. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thanks. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Uh-huh. We can try and look it over. I think we have to finish talking to him, though. And you may find the article of the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Yeah, what were you investigating just now, buddy? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? No. Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes on the trip. But we mustn't look. I don't think you should read his private writings. Could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what Susudo Takedown is. She's not gonna do it, she loves him. Susudo-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Life is unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. With his sword. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray, be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado, nado. I trust you are suitably impressed. Ah. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read read precisely none. So what was all that about showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to that grill. To the lattice there on the wall that connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Yep. Is it a snake? Did he get killed by a snake? Which would make sense. The snake came through the vent. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider, for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. He seems rather proud about it, though. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps we could go with you? Come on. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. I forgot. I'm just so used to wearing them all the time. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point in turning it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. What? You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? You were looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? That was the past and this is the present. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly, roll over and accept your fate. That's not funny! I'm gonna die! They're gonna execute me here! Now he's just being plain rude. This Russian guy is gonna beat the crap out of me when they leave. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... yeah! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. Anyways, I'm back up. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Okay. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Oh, there's another guy here. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Which one, the glasses man? He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Which one, though? What? Yes, what can I do for you? Oh, it's the detective. The bleeding mouth detective. Is he gonna cough? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yep. Still bleeding, huh? It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Let me just wipe this on my white sleeve. Perfect. Hello again. What are you doing here? Oh, right, the detective's like... He's like a little decrepit. I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. Yeah. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Am I a hopeless situation warrior? So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes. And why are you dressed as a member of the crew? He's glazed over. I'm so sorry. Huh? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asugi-san's bodyguard. What? It was the Minister of Justice Jugoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Why would he be worried about that? Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jugoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi the visible security escort. So we gave him the man who's bleeding from the inside at every given chance. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. Oh, but I never imagined it would happen here. Inside his cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. Anyways, if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Yeah, help me. Give me permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yeah, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Oh, I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved even a touch the handle of the cabin's door, everyone would draw their guns and shoot you. That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two? You can't just execute me. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. I'm in handcuffs. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of... I know how to do presenting evidence. We already did that. It is a 6-hour tutorial on that. It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate next door cabin, is it? I think this is tutorial part 2. I think that's what we're going through. We're learning how to investigate. Okay. What do we got? Court record? Is that what I'm looking at? Look at those eyes. Beautiful. Those lips. Okay. Nothing in there, huh? There we go. Can I? Yeah, I can turn this. Ooh, hello. Who are you? Another suspect? I like how the thing has clear pictures of people that I can suspect. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. He's not in the room anymore, is he? The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer you some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Russian revolutionary, villain Bolshevik, flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who've seen the man's beard with their own eyes never lived to tell the tale. Now everyone's seen it because of the picture, no? Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. A ballerina? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no. I'm just enamored by this lady. Whoa, high res. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, don't you? No, I much prefer the ones with Kazuma on the cover. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ugh! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you! He pops up everywhere. This Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich ballet. Don't know why I read that very weird. Disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russians' names so hard to remember? Says the Russian suspect. It would appear the woman was in a costume when she was found missing from her dressing room. Or when she went missing, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh. How much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea. I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Isn't that not a lot of money? Susudo-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. How much is rubles? Let me check. Rubles? Let's go to yen because we're in Japan right now. Well, we're Japanese people right now. So 20,000 rubles. Oh, that's like 30,000 yen? What about dollars? I guess pounds would be better. EFG? Is it just under British pounds? Bitcoin Cash. How many bitcoins is 20,000 rubles? 0.0058 Bitcoin. Great point of reference. That's all we needed. Could this be another case of the Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Excuse me? I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. I don't think that's relevant to get me out of the room, but that's good to know for later. I guess that would be the evidence, right? Is there something on the back? No, you can't look. I was gonna try and turn the photo over, but you can't. Can I present this? Let's try and present this. What's this do? What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Huh. Speckled band. What does it mean? Alright then. Huh? I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yeah. As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. Oh, but what about the captain? Aren't you going to against his direct orders?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thanks. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Move? Alright. Okay. We're moving. He's looking pretty sweet. Although, I really wish they would go the extra step when he bleeds, when he's coughing from his mouth and the blood comes out and he wipes it on his sleeve, that they would just have like a blood spot on his sleeve. Like, it would just be there. Even if he never bled, like if he never coughed and bled and then wiped it, if he's wearing clothes with a sleeve, he just has blood on his arm. You'll know what it's from. That's part of his character. Why is there like a mousetrap on the ground? Whew! I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent to this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh my god. Close your legs, buddy. Talk about manspreading. Oh, look over there. Look, directly in the right-hand corner. Up a little from the corner, above where it says options. There's quite the view. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here. Who shouldn't? I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to this ship by now. We've been at sea for I've been stuck in the room. Not only stuck in the room, I've been stuck in a closet inside the room. I haven't been able to be out in the ship. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And he's got lots of space in that trunk. It's very spacious. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. I feel like she was imagining Kazuma's corpse and being like, oh wow, it must have been so hard for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Alright, let's look around. Let's look at this. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck, look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the... Oh, we're going to go over ship aerodynamics or whatever, right? Of course. Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Keeping it Christ-like? Well, I suppose so. Oh, there was no explanation. I don't think that's how it works, sweetie. Hi, Shane. Look at this guy right there. That's what I'm taking a peek at. That's immediately what I looked at. I looked at this face and then looked right down. Even his little belly buttons. He's taking a wide sit. His shirt's a little snug. He wants us to look. He needs us to look. That's a huge book on top of that table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? No. The writing is so neat and precise, every detail about the voyage is meticulously recorded. We're looking at something else that's huge in the side of that room. There's a couple huge things on that side of the room. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. That's stereotyping. Rinosuke, you're better than that. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. He only wants a compliment about one thing. I'm not sure that rough and ready is such a compliment, Naruhodo-san. Even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. The door. Let's look at the door. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Yeah, we know that. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a... You're not supposed to say that out loud, Rinosuke. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that guy might snap your neck. With his thighs. That burly seaman would surely shoot you... Shoot me? With his massive gun. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No. I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Let's talk to this guy. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You? You little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but perhaps I can ask something of you? You? You little third-class ladies' maid? This guy hates everyone. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganov. That's so good. That's such a good name. That's so good. Woo. The best thing I could do is just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Burdia steamship, for very important persons. What sort of important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I left stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Duh? Is that duh? Susato-san, do you understand that? It sounded like duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. That was a slight, for sure. That was 100% a slight. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Gah! Well, it sounds like there is someone in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. More. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of Student Boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man will have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. I couldn't just sense them, you know? There was no one there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Okay. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you did you notice anything at the time? I can't tell if he's like got a sunburn or a tan, or if it's just light streaming across his face. I'm assuming it's light, but from where? There's only a circle window. Anything unusual? Language. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. Niet. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything wrong in some way? I said no. He's getting very aggressive. Sorry, I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. I could have sworn he wouldn't catch my eye. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles at the top of the mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Do I, though? I'm rereading that. You escape when the lobster whistles on the top of the mountain.
I like that phrase. A little lobster just whistling.
Do lobsters even whistle?
I don't think so.
Lobster whistle.
Probably gonna say something about how they scream when you throw them into.
Yeah, I see screaming lobsters, and then extremely graphic, cooking a live lobster for the ... When a lobster whistles on the top of a mountain. From 2015. What it means is never, obviously means it's never going to happen, like when pigs fly. And in Dutch, whoa, this is crazy. I don't know if this is real, but it talks about when pigs fly in English. In French, the idea of that idiom is explained as when hens have teeth.
I don't like that one.
That one's not very cute.
No, yeah, that's not.
The Russian one, when lobsters whistle on the top of a mountain, is pretty cute.
Yeah, I like that.
This one's not so cute. In Dutch, the same idiom is explained when the cows are dancing on the ice. Yeah. Interesting. Always learning something. Thank you, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I learned about lobsters whistling on the top of mountains.
I like how you're like, 1 sec, I gotta reread this.
Hey, sometimes stuff pops up. You gotta look it up. I was like, how much is 20,000 rubles? Turns out it's 0.005 bitcoins.
What?
Exactly. Now you know. I was trying to figure out how much it was in Great British pounds, because we're going to England, but I saw Bitcoin and couldn't resist. So now I know exactly how much it is in Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. That's a useful,
Educational tag.
yeah.
We'll consider it. We'll consider it. If I learn one more thing, I'll have to add an educational tag. Definitely. Okay. Okay, I think we investigated everything there is over here. Oh, he's gone now. He's straight up gone. Ding dong. Alright, what about the mouse trap? Ah, a trap. Oh, it is a mouse trap. It looked huge for being a mouse trap, so I just joked about it being a mouse trap, but it is actually a mouse trap. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what they called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. When does this take place? Great Ace Attorney take place. The Meiji era. Meiji. When's the Meiji era? Is 1868 to July 30th, 1912. So in the 1900s, Japanese people had no idea what cheese was? Naruhodo thought it was chalk. It's like some kind of chalk to lure the mice. Exactly. Yep. Don't worry, they know now. They know the blessing of cheese. Cheese? I wonder what it tastes like. Well, stick your hand in the trap, Ryunosuke, find out. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. Didn't he just have an entire roast chicken and was bragging about it because Kazuma doesn't like chicken? You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Educational. Does that really count as learning something?
I mean, we did just learn that Japanese didn't have cheese. So.
I'm looking that up now. When did the Japanese people discover cheese? Maybe they just didn't know. You know? Maybe it's just these two people didn't know. When did the Japanese discover cheese? A short history of cheese and milk in Japan. Okay. It says the Meiji era. Meiji era. So yeah, between then. We don't know when, but sometime around then.
Alright, well, that is educational.
Okay. Edit stream info, educational. We're learning. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Cheese. Chalk. Caution. This is just a fire alarm, yeah? I like how you spell educational as like 2 words. Big I. There's a big I in educational. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm? It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets an alarm bell ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. This I have to see. What are you doing? Don't touch it! This is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring the vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. Ah, I wish everything would just stop. Wow. I wish everything would just end finally. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else. Uh-huh. Goodbye. Alright, this is where we're going, right? I want to make sure I got everything out here. Wait, I can... It didn't checkmark this. Can I look again? I thought we already looked at this. What's autoplay? Auto. Yeah, there was nothing to report. We already knew that. Oh, okay, now it has a check mark. Okay. Maybe because we went into the tangent about the sailor, it didn't consider it complete. Let's go in. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one where the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock, knock. Didn't Herlock Sholmes go over here? No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. It's Herlock. Stand aside. Oh. Sholmes, I thought you were in there. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. We could probably just open it. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch with this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Hello. Who are you? A Western gentleman. The man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. This old man does appear to be the only one here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you are Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. Herlock Sholmes, sorry. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses a magazine like a business card. A detective? Huh. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. Huh? But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within a wardrobe this time. Or you're right, Sholmes. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? What about the bag in the corner? That is much bigger than that trunk. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. I was thinking that, I wasn't saying it out loud. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Okay, examine. We're romancing Sholmes? Okay, well, Kazuma would want us to be happy. And Sholmes is very persuasive. What do you think you're doing? Ugh. This is my cabin. Get out. Can we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with this Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. Hold on, let me take a quick toke. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Reminiscing. Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need my great powers of detection. Or you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. And it would seem the hour is upon us now. The time has come, and so have I. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Bitcoin. Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Yeah! Show us, Sholmes! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on the account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once I read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. Hmm? There could be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts, Mr. Roylott. I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, we're still on point one, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Oh, going a little pale in the face, are you? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined you would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing could deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things you wish to say? Number three? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon the land of journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put it plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. Okay. This strikes me as something that's going to happen more than once. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement to cut? The answer is, of course, staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which you have stuffed in your pocket. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Yes, I remember. In translation, the headline reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. I'd say his is more lush with his face, though. This one's a bit more puffy. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Let's just cut out the doing part of that and just assume that this topic is wrong as well. As far as my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. What? A crime? Yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have the prosperity to let their eyes astray. Oh, okay, I understand. Ah! And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Is this true? So I'm gonna try and say the same thing. Here we go. So I'm gonna go, hello. And I'll try to say the same thing with my eyes. Which one was more eloquent? Which one was better? You tell me. I don't know. What are you implying? He's not blind, he just can't see the truth. He's blind to reality, that's all. Plus, he's already shown interest in us. The first thing he noticed about us was the handcuffs. He's like, oh, I see the spice in your life. Our boy toy knows what's up. The proof of your crime sits right before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. Shut up. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein? Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady traveling in the case? It's the Russian ballet dancer! We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oil. What's that mean? Coup d'oil. Coup d'oil. Okay, I'm gonna mute this for a sec.
Kudai.
Kudai. A glance that takes in a comprehensive view. I walk down the road, stooping for a final kudai at the church.
Kudai.
Okay. Huh? You're ordering from Pita Pit? Do they have it? What do they got?
So you can either get. So I'll list off the ingredients after the main thing. Chicken pita.
Chicken pita.
Bacon.
Bacon pita?
Yeah. Buffalo chicken.
Buffalo
It's a little bit spicy, but it's really not that bad.
Buffalo chicken. That sounds good.
Chicken Caesar.
I don't like Caesar.
Chicken shawarma.
Chicken shawarma?
Chicken souvlaki.
Souvlaki?
Souvlaki.
Deli club?
Deli ham. Deli turkey.
Falafel? Falafel? I've never had falafel. Has anyone had falafel before?
Well, there's also Philly steak. Gyro. Southwest chicken.
Southwest chicken.
Black beans. Beef brisket.
I've never had a brisket either.
And halloumi.
Halloumi?
But I'm getting the buffalo chicken. What do you want? You want shawarma chicken?
I guess. I'll try the shawarma chicken. Then you could try shawarma. You've never had shawarma, right? Oh, okay.
Grilled vegetables. Onion, mushroom, peppers.
Yeah. Onion. What is it? Onion, mushroom, peppers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Toppings. Avocado.
Nope.
Hummus.
Nope.
Iceberg lettuce.
Sure.
Okay, there's also romaine lettuce and spinach.
Romaine lettuce? No, no, no. We got that warning about romaine lettuce killing people. I'm never having romaine lettuce again.
Okay. You want iceberg lettuce or spinach? You can get
Oh, spinach. I'll get spinach. Spinach is delicious.
alfalfa sprouts.
What the hell's an alfalfa spread? Like that dude's little hair?
Sprout.
Oh, sprout. No, I'll just get spinach.
Tomatoes.
There's poop in the lettuce. There's caca. Tomatoes?
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be too wet.
Cucumber.
No, I don't want any cukes.
Pickles.
Pickles? Pickle on a chicken shawarma? That doesn't sound very good.
Green or black olives.
No, I hate olives.
Hot peppers.
Yeah.
Jalapenos.
No.
Pineapple.
You no pineapple. Pineapple in a chicken shawarma?
Okay, now choose the cheese. Feta, Parmesan, Swiss. You want two different cheeses that you also do that.
What is it? Cheddar, Parmesan, or Swiss?
Cheddar, feta, Parmesan, or Swiss.
Parmesan, I guess. Alfalfa spread is the name for how that guy was sitting. Okay, if I ever see anyone sitting like that, I'll consider it the alfalfa spread.
Okay, sorry, last thing I gotta ask you is for sauces.
Sauce.
Spicy mayonnaise,
Okay.
Chipotle,
Okay.
balsamic,
Okay.
barbecue,
Okay.
Caesar dressing,
Okay.
donair sauce.
Ooh, donair. No, no, no.
That's what I get in mine.
I would kind of want donair, but I don't know if I want donair mixed with shawarma. That doesn't sound very good.
Honey mustard,
Okay.
hot sauce,
Hot sauce.
light, you want hot sauce?
Yeah.
Okay. Light mayonnaise, ranch, mustard, special sauce,
Whoa.
spicy Thai, tzatziki, garlic, aioli,
Yeah, aioli.
honey garlic, lemon zatar,
Lemon za'atar? I think just the hot sauce. How big are these pitas? No mayo, that's how you say it? Yeah, okay. We got it. Solved it. Okay. How big are they, did you say? 9 inches. 9 inches, okay. I don't know if I can fit 9 inches. Coup de oil. Once again, we only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. If you alfalfa spread. You could do anything if you alfalfa spread. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. For there was another, most stimulating article. If I hadn't read the back, would he tell me this? If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline could lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Yep. And you put her in the case. And that's the case. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. I don't think that's Russian. I'm gonna take a shot. I don't think that's Russian. Elemensky. I'm looking that up. Elemensky. Russian to English. Elemensky. Okay. Apparently Elemensky to English means elemental. But I'm assuming he was trying to say elementary, right? Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Look at him over there. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men, they look nothing like each other. Ah, yes. I recall from our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year... Why are you... Don't say you could fit any person in there. Don't talk about putting people in cases. I don't suppose a missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. Oh, no, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. How does that work? Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness to their body. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort, or simply itself to contort oneself into the confines of a small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his power-up's observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention, his logic seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. Hey, this bookshelf is also turned to the left. It's just that one or two keywords in his deductions that seem a little to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully swing. Or switch! Switch! Who's the character this is not like this? In the Matrix. Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. Precisely the thought I was going through in my own mind. This man is a lot of work, and I don't know if it's worth it, but I'm gonna put in the effort. Oh, I do. Here, let me get some big follows. Hold on. Nobody delete the link, okay? Okay, I got it. I'm copying it. I'm pasting it. Alright, I got the link. I'm gonna go here right now. I'm just going to the site. Hold on. Okay.
No!
That's a weird link. I don't know about that link. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Where are your handcuffs? Gah! How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. I'm free! Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. He freed me from my worries. And don't worry, I shall restore your shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Oh, thank you. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Okay. Course correction. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard. Return my shackles, Mr. Sholmes. I need them for my full potential. Our relationship isn't complete without my shackles. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott, either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try and switch a key word here, Mr. Naruhodo-san. See if it helps with the matters. Alright, but how? Taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could use to switch around that last sentence. Thick hat. Hello. Wait a minute. Coat buttons. I was about to cut off my coat buttons. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, no, no. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? Is it the ballerina? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
The finger snap. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. He just has such trouble getting the words out. He knows what he wants to say, but the wrong words come out of his mouth, that's all. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length, you don't know that from the hair. One still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have a clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part with Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because of the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yeah. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we know and now understand them. Because they're the person on the back. Uh-huh. Yep. Alright, I'll do my best. I'll do my best right in front of Mr. Sholmes. Hopefully he's impressed.
Yes!
Ooh. The evidence that reveals the true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh my god. Dude, sick earring, though. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Solved. Mystery solved. Okay, I'm free to go, right? Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have the prosperity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, your eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the truth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is a ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. I've never seen a ballerina. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ah, I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Any chance we get to dance together is pure bliss. It helps me forget about Kazuma. Stop it! I haven't moved on. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows that this woman is up to. 20,000 rubles, or 0.0058 Bitcoin. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Does that mean she thinks I'm beautiful enough to wear the tiara?
Aw.
Yeah.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the report is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! She's gonna like fall unconscious. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? I forgot she's Russian. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. But don't wait! Wait, I have to snap my fingers! Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? The case. What's in the case? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason that you would wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? You careless coup d'oil. Coup d'oil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. No, I don't think it's the I don't think it's the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yeah, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. It's probably the giant bag in the corner. Yep. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Oh, it's not the bag. Okay. Small picture? What's the rules of passage? Maybe she broke one of the rules. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. It is a snake. It's gonna be a snake. Uh-huh. or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Kazuma's final punishment to us. I'll take any punishment he gives us.
Yes!
The speckled band. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous items in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from a carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. It's gonna break free! As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is a pet. Is the last item forbidden on the page, or on the forbidden rules. A pet. Help me! Snake. Elementary. What a dance it was. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikola Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Bria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? Without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Ugh. Gah. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, it was just... Oh, this is me. So, if it was just you, and about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out a scream out we heard outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell. Why, no other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I keep missing her accent. I was so sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? No one would recognize me. Disgust myself. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. Duh. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, then, just before you came in, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. Gah! I was so frightened I couldn't stop screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the unknowingly unlocked cabin door. Oh, things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that. Things do be like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What is in the trunk? I cannot say. You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Senior Snake. Please don't tell anyone if the captain finds out. if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yeah. I'm just not entirely sure what... But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yeah? What? Observe your wrists. Oh. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Grrr. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Can't it? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about his diary really was. I'm examining. What's in this? Let me see. Don't touch. Huh? Okay. Okay, I won't touch. No touch. I got it. I got it. Ah, shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sholmes. I'm sorry. Grr. Hypocrite. So the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found out my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? No. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Niet. Huh. You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? They have rabbits in Russia, right? Don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Let's find out. Small Russian rabbits. Dwarf rabbit. Netherlands. That's not Russia. Russian rabbits. Breed name. I don't want to know where, like, what the breed is. Let's check origin. Russia. I don't see any. I'm on. Oh, there we go. So there's a Himalayan rabbit that is also called the Russian rabbit. Right? It is found in China, though. How? Why? But it does not look like there are any Russian rabbits. There are probably rabbits that are found in Russia. There are no Russian rabbits. Other than the Russian rabbit. Also known as the Himalayan rabbit. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could easily satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends? I'll remember that. Oh, he'll eat his friends. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Okay. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. What can I show her? I'm learning so much. All this knowledge, you know, I gotta get a drink. I'm thirsty from learning so much. Hold on a sec. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna do this so we can listen to the music. I'm gonna grab a cuppa and I'm gonna go see John real quick. Okay? Continue to learn. Knowledge is good. Whoa! Thank you for the bit, subs. What is this? A unicorn winking at me? Do you get to pick that, or is it random? Thank you for the unicorn. Thank you. I do love unicorns. You guessed right. I do love unicorns. And I'm sure Cosmo would love the unicorn too. Hold on, I'm just inflating my cushion. Okay. I'm back. I love a good unicorn. I don't like its suggestive winking, but I do like it playing back and back to me over and over again. Infinite loop. I like the infinite loop. Alright. Why is she running away? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? The No Bad Bitch Ballet? Duh. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Okay. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I need it. It's my sustenance. Yeah, it gives me the muster to go on. I think the unicorn is new. I've never seen it before. Usually it's just the gem, right? It's usually just the gem. Depending on the level, you just get like the crystal. Let's see. Let's look it up. Bit gifts. Twitch. I don't see anything. All I see are the basic ones, so maybe. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet only gives us a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been so kind to me. Oh, they're in on it. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in the cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? I feel like they actually don't have anything in mind. They're just like, oh wow, that's so interesting. You know what? That brings up an amazing point. What do you have to say about it? And their point is going to be based on what I say, right? They're like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Okay, so that opened that. Let's see what happened last night first. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Oh, I was saying that. He's a friend of mine. She was surprised. Never mind. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps it was a steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would not have noticed if that had happened? No, because everyone was clearly wearing earplugs. Including right now, and he pulls earplugs out of your ears. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? Niet, I don't know. I'm sorry. But all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Including the snake getting out of your chest, and then going into the vent and killing my friend and coming back? Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. Okay. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. It's only been one day. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped at no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Don't question me like this! Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Remember? It was a couple hours ago that we were out there, so... That is not your business. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Ah. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's how she got on the boat. The classic guy came from the clouds and landed right on this boat.
Hear it all the time.
Yeah.
More cases.
Honestly. Yep. Honestly, I just appeared on the boat. I don't know how. Shot down from the sky. Considering... Hmm?
Unfortunately, we have 6 and he is not 9.
Why?
So, because they fucking fuck up. So, I requested to get some money back.
Yeah, because you got the wrong...
Yeah, I brought out the fucking ruler to make sure. Like, this ain't...
Is this
ain't
mine?
the right
Is this
size.
yours?
It's mine.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to look at it or show chat.
I am showing. Look at this. This look like a 9-incher to you? Is this a 9-incher? Look at this. What's this? Mm-mm. That's a 6-incher. We've been betrayed. Pita Pit? Eat shit. Classic descended from the heavens. Sure. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. I know that anytime I get in trouble, I just use the classic descended from the heavens, excuse. Because it's so common. Honestly, anyone who's listening to it has no choice but to listen to it. They're like, oh, okay, well, I can't argue with that. Clearly that's the truth. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yeah, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Okay, that's it. That's all we have to... You want to look at this? Miss Pavlova, about this article. Did you know about this merciless revolutionary already? She's from Russia, so probably... Oh, no, never mind. No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Huh? Am I the only one around here with eyes? The other man, the one wearing the brown, he's also said so. He said we look the same. Yes, he says a lot of things, but I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul on this ocean who thinks there's any similarity there at all. Mr. Naruto, I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Can I examine now? There's nothing else to talk about. People. Beef stroganoff, 37. That's some old beef stroganoff. Can I look around yet? Apparently I'm not allowed to. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna look at the table. Okay, 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 okay. Yep, understood. It's not a private belonging, it's a teacup. Anybody talk about her friend again? Will you say something new? Nope, we're gonna do this again. Also, if you needed sustenance, wouldn't you just eat the chicken eggs? He mentions eating the chicken if you really need to get sustenance. You would just eat the eggs, no? Eggs give you plenty of sustenance. They're great for you. Okay, he says present, like he wants to show her something. Let's just show her all the stuff. Probably this? It mentions the speckled band, right? His diary? Yeah. He wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear the faint whistling sound. Who's whistling? And then a few minutes later, 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Oh, okay. Hello? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. Goodbye. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out. Do you want me to throw you out? Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. For pity's sake. We know there's a snake in there and it killed my friend. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Oh my god, how long is this? That was one part? Investigation part 1. The adventure, I'm gonna look up how many parts are in it. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Okay. The wiki seems face. Oh, there's 3 investigations? Oh my god. That's so long. That is so long. It looks like the third one is the longest. Okay. No, it looks like the first part is the longest. I'm not reading any spoilers. I'm just trying to guess based on the paragraphs. The third part, second part doesn't seem so long. So maybe we'll do the second part and then stop. We'll see. Depends on how quickly the second part goes. If the second part goes and it's like 20 minutes, I'll do a little bit of the third part because we can save at any time. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be. It's obviously a snake. The intro showed a snake. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. I guess we'll go back to my cabin. Looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. I forgot. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Is he here? I only see that guy. Where is he? Is he over here? Oh, there he is. He's got blood coming out of his mouth. Oh my god, they beat him up. You're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard, so it was nothing really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little bit about our neighboring. Now we know a little bit about our neighboring cabin. Yeah, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yeah, let's do it. Oh god, the poor guy. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. No. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, Has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure that the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand it over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Do tell us, Inspector, please. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yeah. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, just one more thing. He practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's what he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. He obviously meant the smear on the ground. When he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see it? Ah, perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yeah, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes have known it was shoe polish? Oh, you're sweaty, dude. You're sweating. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan. A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yeah, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor? Okay. But what about the glass? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Poison. Damage to the cervical vertebrae is all that's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yeah, it seems so. There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Snake. Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Could he have been strangled? By the snake? Would explain the thrashing, you know, he's going around the room. All the nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact around the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. The unbreakable speckled band because he can't break its hold? I feel like I solved this hours earlier than I'm actually going to. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, it's fine. I trust you. Dude, that's cute. I like it. This little smile. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving the cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Okay. That's really all I can tell you. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thanks. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, kinda. I feel terribly that I have failed to protect Asoki-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too, like anything, you could say. It's throbbing like anything. Let's talk to this guy. Oh, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? It was Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him in ball and throw him in cold room. Okay. I hope Inspector Hosonaga didn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. We know this already. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in those words, I'm sure of it. We will solve it. We will! They spelled out the Russian word for wardrobe. Maybe he just didn't know the word for vent? But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. The shoe polish. It really is such a beautiful color, the glass. It looks like whatever is broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Okay. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This is the only thing to look at now. Maybe the vent again? Pets! Pets! She called it her friend, didn't she? Yeah, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside the case, the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Shoot, I can't remember. On her rope, on her thing on the left here, right next to the thing you're supposed to use to call servants, did hers have a bell? If so, that could be our room's bell on the ground, but where's the other half? I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. She's not. She's hiding a snake. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Alright. Can I leave? Back to the hallway, maybe? Maybe the detective's back out here. Sholmes, you out here? Ah! Look! Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong? Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. What's going on? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone was singing. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. This caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we still can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Whatever. Hey, the case is open. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susudo-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Okay. Yeah, let's look at this. What's in the... What about this? Are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yeah. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might want to have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside of every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. They weren't there earlier. Maybe she was just, like, blocking my eyes as I looked. I like, peer over. She blocks them. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh, you can't look at this bag. It just makes you look at the closet. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool the shipbuilder must have been to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. Instead, if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant in this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Huh. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of his ventilator. Alright. Oh, hers does not have a bell on it. Okay, I don't know what the bell's from then. It's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Okay. Why are hers knocked over too, though? Every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same book as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Something with those books, I don't know. Why do they keep making such a big deal out of the books? Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret, because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? In this? Or is this just a seat? There was no waste paper basket in my room. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through other people's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, in these special circumstances, I think... Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here. This is a waste of time. Oh. Well, that's a little disappointing. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else, by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading... books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. I'm sorry. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova had only come into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Now why is this plate on the ground? It's probably water for the snake. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Anything else? We got anything else over here? We already know that. Yep. We knew that. We knew that. Yep. We already learned that we can't use the string trick. Yep. No. Ryunosuke, don't turn on yourself, buddy. I have a feeling that Herlock is out here. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! You wanna fight, huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing? I was just about to reach the climactic finish. I would never stop Mr. Sholmes while he's about to climax. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who usually is on guard here. Ah, yes, the ship's log. Did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank, which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... He's laughing. You truly are a student from the land of... Oh, that was me talking. Before. Land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. Beef Stroganoff. And he is an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half an hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Oh, that was me. Do you mean? Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led the seaman from being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Hold on, one puff for me. That remains a mystery for now, but we could be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log into your mental file. I've logged it. Downloaded. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Why's everyone got a throbbing head? And he fades. It's like that gif where the one kid goes like this and just fades away. Is something wrong, Susudo-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just that, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Yeah. Okay. Let's go back into the cabin, I guess. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ugh, what's that? Wee-er. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted at quarter mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susuda-san, hold on to me. Shit's popping off. Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Where's the snake at? It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? Nah, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door. Come quickly. What? The bolt. Huh. Okay, so everyone had a headache because of the ship stopping for some reason? Maybe? And that's why the bolt on the door was shut? I don't know. No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Yeah, the boat definitely stopped last night. Naruto-san, or I guess this morning. Aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Shit, you're right. I'd better tidy this place up first. Why? He obviously knew the ship just had some issues. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, that's part 2. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll do a little bit of part 3. I'm gonna grab my cola, though. It's in the freezer, so I don't want it to explode. Yeah, we'll save. Okay, part 2 was really short. It was pretty short. It was about 20 minutes. I'm gonna grab my cola. One sec. Fresh. It's got a little ice on it. But, as Knack taught us, ice is nice. Here, let's bring it up. Ice is nice. Knack. I hope this is it. I hope this is actually the thing.
Ice is nice.
There you go. Now you know. Ice is nice. Have we learned? Cracking a cold one. I spilt everywhere. Should have heard the beginning of that video. I had it muted for some reason. But it's just someone going, so powerful. And then you just have Knack sucking up ice, going, ice is nice. Moving my charging cable, hold on. Somehow, the door to the cabin we ended up in was bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susuda-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Okay. Hey, what's up, guys? You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we're going to collide with another ship. Yeah, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. Can't stop them. Okay, I was just making sure I wasn't doubling up before, because I unmuted desktop audio, but I have the game audio playing through my desktop so that I can hear it. So I have to mute desktop audio so that it doesn't double back. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Double trouble. Yeah, I don't want double trouble. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed the button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yeah? Arrest this man. He did it. He's a criminal. It's not enough that he's killed a man. He is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, is this a phrase in Russia? Are we learning a lot of shorthand Russian? To not steal chicken. What was the one? The lobster whistles from the mountain? Okay, Vixen. Okay. Zara Kalasia Lisa Kurt Vororat is an actual idiom that it translates to Vixen resolved not to steal chicken. Huh. It's a Russian proverb. The moral of it is that promises made by repeat offenders shouldn't be trusted. Can this dude settle down? He doesn't trust me because I have committed a crime. He's not wrong, but he's also wrong. Ugh. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Anything on the planet he has done, he is the devil. He came from hell, I came from heaven. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you are devil. Beef stroganoff, no! We're supposed to get along. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. We give you straight to police. Wait! A cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I'm out of options. Let me stroke my sailor's hat. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I gotta find a solution. Immediately. Examine. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Mr. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Wow. Everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Where's... There he is. What are you doing, Sholmes? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? He's stealing the 0.0058 Bitcoin worthy crown. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. You look beautiful with it. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? He's got some roopers. It reads like ruppers, but it's roopers. He's got some roopers. This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Duh. Well, why are you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine that if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Ag! I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. Gah! What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective, greatly admire great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found the criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The handcuffs were foreplay. I mean, I can't talk about it. I'm not allowed to say. It'd be bad to talk about the dead. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh, locked room, that is his point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You were all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. The ventilation. Yep. Oh yeah. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gates open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator? Gah, ha, ha. You think this is funny? I cannot put my arm through the hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. Venters! You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through a tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. What's the matter, Shane? Oh my god. That's right, Blondie. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words of Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. At 1:35 a.m. some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Ah, precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What's a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Sizz. Yeah! What the? Beef Stroganoff! Someone save him! Oh yeah. Mr. Libido. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. Indubitably. Snakers. Let me put my snakers on. Some Nikes. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Ray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more like stripy. Wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yeah, you're right. In this case, I think you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? Heh, heh, heh. You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly... I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. I would know because I'm from Japan. Who says white as a bowl of rice? Is that a thing? White as a bowl of rice. That is not a thing. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Something in Russian! It looks like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. And we know this is going to be wrong, and we're going to have to correct it. Let's just get to it. Let's just get to it, video game. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Ugh. My hands. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. It is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend in which you boarded the vessel with, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact that leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, then, pray? Was it that this sight fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, do not look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Ah. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Are you okay? I had a sneeze. I tried to let it out. It didn't come out. So I had to do it again. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal could only be your snake's sloughed skin. Sometimes you gotta redo those. Yep, sometimes the sneeze, it just doesn't happen properly. You gotta do it again. Evidently, after this subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, then your speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. Ah, sweet release. In the dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, dun 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 dun, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloths its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay. Moving on, we've come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. Add a little line there and it says, Fappe. How did this young man lose his life, and why? He's just sleeping. He's not dead. He's just sleeping. According to the data which I have apprised, it would appear there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Does it though? The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. I didn't mean to look there, whoops! That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. As snakes are known to do, they jump. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt, ready for its next kill. Ready to slay anyone on board this vessel. You don't... It was telling that the victim made note of the low whistling noise heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator, and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? That seems like a stretch. I don't think she purposely killed Kazuma. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. Because the death report showed nothing. Don't you think they would have seen the fangs? And there was no poison in his system. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There could be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Actually, actually, hold on. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Yep. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. A promise of food is key in training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Is that a thing? I'm looking that up. I could have done it with one left hand. Russia. Nothing comes up. Nothing comes up. I don't think they say that. I don't think they say that, Sholmes. Not that one. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions to my method, and will answer loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, I've taken notes, by the way. Here are my notes. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yeah, so I'm not really sure it'd be possible to signal the snake by whistling. But madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Snakes can hear, can't they? Can snakes hear? Snakes have fully formed inner ear structures but no eardrum. You can't train snakes to respond to sounds with certain behaviors, like you might be able to do with mice. It says the thing on the Washington Post, but they do have ears. Apparently they can hear quite a range of low sounds. Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept they're practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator in the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine that the snake could have had any part in this. Did I get red herringed? It could have been to do with the door. Oh, you know, it probably was. So somebody probably came in, did the deed, and then rung the bell so that the ship would come to a stop. And then we all got a headache, and then they left. But who would do it? I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yeah, we need to modify Mr. Sholm's latest deductions and turn them into great ones that they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. That's just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? I'm free! You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, another dance of deduction. His death had nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She's looking at her hand, though. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yeah, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has quite read her correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. It's her hand. It's her hand. Her right ear? Yes, it must be her right ear. She's holding her wrist, though. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I suspect that's what they call an earring. It's like a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off? So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Oh! It's a cat then, right? Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. I forgot that you could spin the character. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Spin me, baby! You spin me right round, baby, right round. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Gah! Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? Ah! It tells her spin it. Shane, I don't like that. I don't like that one. Huh? Nothing. Nothing. What's the verdict? I haven't eaten mine. Chelsea ate hers. She likes pita pit, so I don't know. I've never had anything from pita pit, though. And she already had the pita. She didn't try anything new. She just has had that one before. So I'm assuming it was fine. Was it good? Huh? That's all I got. Just the pita. Nothing else. Yeah, just the pita. That's all we got. Just the pita. And I have a fresh can of Coca-Cola Zero. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. You? I also have some water. You try that new Coke Zero? Let me check. New Coke Zero. I'm checking. What's new Coke Zero? Now more delicious. What is this? This is cursed. I don't like this. What is this? Mm-hmm. First impression. Does the new version taste better to me? No. Does it taste more like regular Coke to me? Also no. Mystery solved. You think you liked it? It It does say now more delicious, so I like OG Coke Zero. It definitely feels wrong. It looks wrong. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Not quite. It's a cat. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws. I think the snake is just a red herring. Where's the cat? Ooh, I like the sailor's little knot. His little like thing that goes around. It looks like a little fish. A very simple fish. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. What if it's not a snake? What if it's a lizard? And it shed its skin, so it shed its legs. It's now a legless lizard. If that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find our answer. Beef stroganoff. Oh, and it's the bell. The bell. We got... The cat was definitely in the room. Because half of its bell is there. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, that's true. But personally, I'm really digging Kazuma and kind of the detective right now, so... It's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. We better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo, for the blackest outfit? His outfit's more like a brown, no? And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Little kitten. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Me, wow. The whereabouts of this little black kitten. Chelsea's laughing. Isn't clear, but what is clear? Is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Got her with that one. It's a knockout punch. Darka is my best friend. Oh no. Darka. I don't like that name. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us with a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, let's move on. This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Is that not snakeskin? It's like a scarf? And it was probably wrapped around the cat or something? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that that was a ploy too. Anyway, time to move on. I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, it's like a cat toy. It's like a little thing for it to chase. What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A piece of cloth of some sort? And that looks like a handle at one end. I think maybe a cat's toy. It's pretty common in the West, apparently. It's her tail. She ripped off her tail! How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy.
Yes!
Q. X. Yes, the thing you were trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator in the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is the blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah. Is that a very Russian thing to say when you're surprised? Kia! A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged, once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. I'll take this. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched onto the back of my hand and then ran up the bill cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka. She is so naughty. Okay. How he died. We're really gonna solve this right here? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? Anyway, moving on. According to the data at which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Ah! He probably like tripped and died or something. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yeah, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. We got it. Yep.
Yes!
Yes! Look at that smug smirk, dude. That's like the most smirky smirk you could ever draw. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. I wasn't sure. It was either a terrible venom or the post-mortem report. I keep getting those two mixed up. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Hey, we haven't seen that face in a while. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have it on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there were remains, that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the death conclusively. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had fallen and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune. He broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
Bless you. An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified with a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my result. In the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Is that true? Let me check. Ingredients of shoe polish. beeswax is what really throws me through a loop. Beeswax, tallow, dye. Okay. During the 19th century, high gloss finishes in shoes became popular. The original polish was made from wax, oil, and tallow, with lanolin and beeswax. Tallow is from beef. So if they were leather shoes, you would use tallow, right? No? To up... Huh? Yeah, that's what Shane says. Let's see. Tallow. A fatty substance rendered from rendered animal fat. It doesn't say specifically from beef. It's...
For some reason I associate with birds.
No, it's animal fat.
Well, yeah.
Tallow. Oh no, it says right here. Tallow is rendered a rendered form of beef or mutton fat, primarily made from triglycerides, like Jello is also from animal fat. Is that true? So if I go make some Jello off the shelf, it's from animal fat? The powder? Or bones? Das Bones. It's boiled bones. Sick. I love boiled bones. I actually don't like Jello very much. And the color of the shoe polish is a perfect match for the color of Miss Asogi's laced leather shoes. Gah! Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by dreadful turn of misfortune caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell on the floor, suffering a fatal blow to the spine. The victim's vertebrae shattered, and at an instant he lost his life. No! Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. It's gonna be the other half of the bell, right? That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. In the waste paper basket? We looked there before and we didn't see anything, right? But we'll try and look. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them, but Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. She's a criminal. We're gonna have to throw her off the boat. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. You are in the ocean. Now, girl, in the ocean.
Yes!
Girl, you dumb. Hope you like the water. It's good for the skin though, right? It's salt water. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Why would she not throw it out the porthole? Or, like, not I don't know. It's I'm assuming we'll find out. Maybe. Maybe. Actually, I have to go see John real quick. Thinking about that made me have to go see John. Hold on. You can look at him pointing his finger for a second. And think about the porthole. Hey, John. Pointers, porters. Ew. Yuck. I don't like that at all. Not one bit, honestly. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asoki's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Was that supposed to rhyme? Oh no. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Is that a hushed Russian accent of yours? Oh, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because of the photo. Hmm? What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. The evidence linking her to the bell, that would be... the photograph?
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darkest collar, bada bing, the bell in question, baby. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? So many snapping of fingers going on. A lot of finger snapping. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Gotcha. We gotcha. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. He fell. He tripped over the cat? I thought he caught his foot. The cat was there on the ground walking around. He just trips over the cat and dies. Oh my god. That's too low. That's too low. There we go. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous when in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired a rather nasty wound on your back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darko with me. Yeah, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. Sleeping forever now. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darko always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So, the faint whistling sound Cosimo wrote in his diary about was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a prosperity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Meow! Thud. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out then. Oh, it was a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. I was totally silent. Cosimo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferable restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Or throw her overboard. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? Where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirushko. Huh? What? That snake belongs to you? I guess that explains why he wrapped around his head. They're buddies. He's just slightly strangling him, it's nothing crazy. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here. Yeah, how did the snake get into this cabin? But... animals are not permitted on board. Huh, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. I want to see his big pearly whites. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Huh, like they say, milk chickens are ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. That's oh, why have the mouse trap then? Maybe it'll lure the mice out, and so instead of the trap getting them, he can eat them? Or I guess if they get caught in the trap, he can still eat them. Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Sholmes. He's lost, dude. Sucked into the abyss. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle, and it climbed to up the bell cord. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshka has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened? That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Where's the cat, though? Maybe they just didn't want to model a cat. Gah. Gah. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. You fucked up. Bad. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It couldn't have been, because why would she have the bell? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see, that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. Sub 1 star? A little late for you, 10:30. I'm checking my watch that doesn't exist. Are you taking notes? I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding yourself in shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? I've been a sleepy boy. Sleeping too much. You can't enjoy the day. Look at this wonderful day out here. You can't see it, but it's a wonderful day out. Even I had to go way over here to pull the curtains, which I can't reach. It looks like I can reach, but if you use the depth in your eyes, right? If you use the depth of field that you can see with your eyes, I cannot reach this. Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. Use your eyes. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yeah. He was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. I feel like if you cut out all the shots where it's just someone's face with ellipses, you'd cut out a couple hours from this game. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must now uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, I'm chasing the dragon right now, maybe the truth will become clear. Don't show me this. Don't show me his flowing headband. This isn't right. It's too early. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the outside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over a kitten that climbed into his cabin via a ventilator. Tragic? Yeah. But still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Oh god. It was no accident, was the writing. What would the writing? Why would he be writing on the ground?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. She went in there for some reason and messed with it. Probably because he saw the cat? But then how did he die? Did she kill him? Because she didn't want to go back? I'm trying to imagine it in my head right now. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. Because she also had the bell, so she was in there. She couldn't have guessed that he died or gotten the cat back because she got a piece of the bell and threw it in the trash. He's just pretending. He's just pretend Russian. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left his message on the floor. And the real reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. He's actually alive. This was just to get me into the mind of being a detective. This was his trial. Gah! That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there, if what Miss Pavlova's told us was true. What? So, Suzuda-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. It's probably the bell, right?
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already knew all about that. Who's framing Russian woman? We're doing it right now. We're framing her. We don't want our friend's death to be an accident. It has to be a murder. Someone murdered him. And I'll frame anyone to prove it. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? It wasn't an accident. It was on purpose. It was a crime. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then what about the waste bin? Ah. Yeah. Remember we found the other half of the glass in the waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? No. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. Gah! And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his, or her, own guilt. Kia! That's an innocent scream, like I'm innocent. Kia! Yes, there was someone else present at Mr. Asogi's...
Hold it!
You are wasting time! Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yeah. And the only other person in the cabin when his young student died was you. It was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have let that message. It was you! Right there, stop them! Grab them! They're the criminal! Not would have. There's no way you could have left the message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass on the bell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Well, leaving half was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light down on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item. Hey, look! One star's alive. He just got up, 10:30. He's sleeping. Deep sleeping. You will suspect me, don't you? Oh, that's why he has the marks across his face. It's from the snake. It was there all along. Semen Stroganov. Oh wait, yeah, I said that in a Russian accent. Nina's woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skill as she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in cabin? I'll kill you. Don't say that. I give tooth. Well, this is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. The truth in eyes, cabin bulkhead was shuttered from outside. Nobody could go in cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors, and yet it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People are often tied thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not with a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets. It was the snake, obviously. No. No, of course not. I thought so too. No, you didn't. You brought it up twice. Oh no, I brought it up and then she brought it up again. My mistake. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susuro-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. Gah! And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind, having been used before. I don't believe it. It's like I thought. Someone rung the bell, the ship came to an abrupt stop, slammed the bolt shut. A way to shut the bolt cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Yep, I got it. It's the ding dong. It's the, how do I...
Yes!
Oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to show something. Am I just supposed to point at the books? I do. I'm trying. Will it light up? Okay, I'm just gonna point at the books.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yeah, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. Yeah, look at the books! Look at them! They're this way now. They're all this way. They started this way, now they're this way. Something's wrong. Skirt! Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on objects. Is there nothing Susudo-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, whatever. It might be the word you said that I just don't remember because I wasn't really listening. Whatever it is, the same force that pushed over those books and on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. This boat already did one star. We saw it come to an abrupt stop. Whether or not it happens in reality is separate from what happens in the Ace Attorney world. Let's see. How much of an abrupt stop can a boat perform? How quickly can a boat stop? Can a boat stop? Okay, another one. Inertia of a boat stopping. I'm trying. It's pretty quick for a boat. Or if those Jerrys get them in the 40s underwater. This is the 1800s? Okay. The marinestudy.com mentions the inertia stop. It doesn't say about it being very sudden. Because it just stops the engine. There's no, like, unless you put down the anchor, it's not gonna, like, really do anything. Right? Because the boat will just slow down. You'll stop the engine. No one knows. Least of all the Marines. It was very obvious, just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. I remember. Oh, yes. This was meant to be set on a fancy train, but then they realized that there were no trains that went from Japan to England, so they had to set it on a boat. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and the door was locked. Yeah, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or, oh, inertia. Didn't she... Inertia? Is that what that's called? Or is it inertia? Did she... Inertia. Did she say ineptia? Ineptia means silliness or folly. She didn't say ineptia. Are you trying to say that last night after Mr. Asogi was killed? So I know how it went down. She's calling us inept. Oh. Yeah. I'm afraid that's true. Classic. The SS Buria made another emergency stop? Well, its first emergency stop, because then it made another, which was the one that we were part of. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Ah, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Gah! I'll kill you! Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made an emergency stop? Who is pulling the e-brake? Who is slapping the drifter? Who is trying to drift? This is not Tokyo anymore, okay? What the? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Huh? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yeah, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of the button on the number of buttons around the vessel that allow the crewmen to raise the alarm. There's already been 2 false alarms on this ship? The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? It was you? When the button is pressed, 2 things happen. In the interest of safety, the emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Oh, so he did the one earlier. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. Now. I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we now must consider now. Wait, how if the doors get closed and people aren't in their cabin, what happens? How do you get back in the cabin? The only way they've shown how to do that so far is to bust the door open. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop even in the middle of the night, there'd be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency stop happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Do show us, my good man. It's the book, it's the book, it's the book.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, there's a record of details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop a little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I always put it. Put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, there was nothing recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is, duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would have normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp? I'm actually not Russian at all. Indeed so, which tells us shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. He was kissing Russian woman. I think he's 37 and she's 15. That's why he tried to hide it. It's a crime. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget about filling the ship's log, in fact. No, that's part of the evidence. It's the 1800s. That's true. It was a different time. People did different things. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. You do. You all have headaches. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it had happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yeah, I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing all day, just like anything. What does dinner have to do with anything? I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back at... He had got a concussion. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all this was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation usually doesn't include meals. What did you survive on? Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yeah, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Did everyone get food poisoning? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of saporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug? So that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. That's a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a saporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes. Well, Seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say that more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Beef Stroganoff, do you want to explain yourself? If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through this shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Gah! Please, no more. I'll tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. Oh, you are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yeah, I remember now. I remember chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make old drug, how you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. Your friend's dead, Ryunosuke. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. So they drugged everyone to bring her on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, except for one. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who dislike chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have even used the emergency stop trick to lock the Kazuma's cabin door. Yeah. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. So that's what happened, I think. No. So there was an autopsy report that we got that showed something hit his neck and he died instantly. But where he died, he had his finger dipped in ink, and he wrote out a message. So, he either didn't die instantly and the autopsy report was wrong from the ship doctor, or lying for some reason, or someone killed him and then wrote the message. The message was in Russian too, by the way, which everyone just assumed, oh, maybe he knew Russian. He must have known how to say wardrobe in Russian. Oh no, Naruto is still in the wardrobe. I better let everyone know. My good friend Naruto Uzumaki. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, so not one of them would have found it remarkable that the doors locked in the morning. I don't know if that really needed to be explained. I don't know if we really needed to go down this path of this train of thought. We already assumed that everyone was sleeping. Yeah. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's true identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. Beef Stroganoff has had enough. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. Yeah, a laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What? Accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. Listen with your eyes, says Herlock Sholmes. What are you talking about? He's clearly listening with his ears, as where Beef Stroganoff should be listening with his eyes right now. The time has come, and so have I. Oh, we're gonna do one more dance of deduction? So, Mr. Naruhodo, if your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two provocateurs? Prevaricators? What's a prevaricator? Prevaricator. A person who speaks falsely, a liar. Okay. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know somebody that tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence of those two were there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows everyone else was there? It shows someone was there last night when Kazuma died. His chunky arms. His steely gaze. Oh! Ink stain.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt come from. Purple dirt, huh? So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Okay. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, evidence that proves that the stain really is...
Yes!
And the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. So the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Which means... it was wet! What do you have to say, Beef Stroganoff? Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. When I pressed button to make Beria do an emergency stop, bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let Beef do talking. It was after one morning I was on duty patrolling passageway. What's the matter? Fireswarm dragon? Oh no! Then our angel came to me. She was white like shit. White like shit. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The cabin door number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. He's sleeping permanently. What? What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Where's the cat? We still haven't seen this cat. The cat payoff has not happened. Everything that happened in this cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through vent, from Mr. Zasogi's cabin, then he tripped over and broke his neck. Okay, I thought someone might have hit him with a weapon, but no, he did just fall. Definitely get a lot of cat payoff. That's a good teaser. That's a good teaser. That's exactly the hint I needed. So the incident went after the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then went to visit the cabin next to hers? Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No. Angel? Da. I actually just finished game 1 today. It's pretty incredible. I'm really liking it so far. It's the beginning of it, so like the start of this and the first case, a little long to me. But, you know, I get they gotta run down the basics of everything, but it's a little much. So she opened the look, and you know what happened after. And there's... See, this is my first Ace Attorney game, so I'm assuming that this is just a thing with how these games are written and play out. There's too many scenes where it's someone just going, oh, ellipses across the screen. I feel like if you cut those all out, you'd save a lot of time. But it's fine. I watch some anime. I know that people will just go, ugh, sometimes. There's just one thing off, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asoki's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? Exactly. People are doing like sexy dances? Yes! I already told you. Shut your mouth. We don't need to talk about it no more. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Yeah. Like that. Like, ah! Oh! Don't! Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. I think it's a little long-winded at times. I think that's because this game, unlike a lot of Ace Attorney games, likes to bunch its investigations and trials instead of interrupting them. True. I can't remember what it was. But they went on, like, a weird tangent where they were... What does that mean, Tycho? That is a thank you. So I've never played an Ace Attorney game before, so it's almost nice to know that it's... Like, the other games are going to have a different pace, so if I play the Ace Attorney trilogy, it'll space things out differently. Nice to know what I'm going into. But I hear the second one, the second part of this, the second game, is way better than this one. So I actually really like this so far. I'm excited to get to that, because I like this. And we'll see the cat pay off. I need to see that cat. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but... Hey, Tycho, you see this? Is this coming in clear for you? I need to know. Can you see this one? He was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. You can't see it? What can I do? How can I help you? Is there any, like, closer or upside down? Is that better? Full screen it? Okay, hold on. I got you. If you need to see it this way, then that's how we can make it seen. Okay? There we go. You got that one? Is this better? I'll put it right across your message. There you go. Think you need your glasses too? Okay, here. Put my glasses on. There you go. Okay, I'll put you right over a lens. There we go. You got that? Can you see that? Is that coming through clear for you? You can see it? Okay, perfect. I'm glad it's coming in clear, because I couldn't see it at that point. I didn't have my glasses. I could see everything! I believe the second game will be able to just run with established characters and plot threads and go off the wall. That's what I think too, because it'll be like... Hey, what the... Chelsea's already given me the finger. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. She's flipping me off. I'm supposed to show her how it goes. You have to do it? Okay. There you go, Chelsea. Here. One for you and one for you. Do it back? I did, don't worry. I gave her the underhand. I went like this. Got it going on over here, right here. Hey, don't double. Put them both down. I'm not gonna give her a backhand. So is that finally it now? I'm excited to get to the next case, which will probably be next week, if that. So I don't have to be like, oh, okay, this is how you do investigations, this is how you do your trial, this is how you present evidence, because there's like been multiple points where you get to somewhere and it's like in the first two things where it's like, oh, don't forget, this is how you do this. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? Huel. Where does Huel get in the game? Huel? Who's Huel? Sick pose, dude. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. It's a piece of work, that's for sure. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten, on which the victim stumbled. Huel the bodyguard from Breaking Bad? However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems somewhat unnatural. His fist. It's his fist, isn't it? What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... This isn't a Better Call Saul game? No. This is before Better Call Saul. This is like his ancestor. Weirdly, this game doesn't let you skip tutorials, something that was added in Ace Attorney 6, released a year after this. Oh, so it went Greatest Attorney Adventures, is what this one's called, and then Resolve. But that in between those was Ace Attorney 6, which added the ability to skip tutorials. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? His fist, his fist! Would it be his eyes? Would his eyes be closed? I'm gonna say his fist, because that always stood out to me.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. This is Sholmes, huh? Who's that? You know, the famous detective, Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. Everyone knows him. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Gah! Some big detective or something. Yeah, he's making a name for himself. Everyone here seems to know who Sholmes is. I'm just gonna roll with it. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? I think Sholmes has a Spanish accent, to be honest. Make that canon. I don't think I can do a Spanish accent. I'm trying my best. He has an English accent. He actually spoke with an English accent in the cutscene. I'm trying my best. Sholmes, show us, please. Might be a money laundering scheme, but we got a murder to solve. We'll solve his money laundering scheme after the murder, please and thank you. And the mysterious case of the disappearing accent. It will be solved, but not right now. The earring, the earring. Oh, she was in the room. Because that's her other earring. Yeah, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. And we saw that her other earring was broken. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. Gah! How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? Clearly he tried to knock her out. How are you finding reasoning and logic spectaculars? Good, I like actually spinning around the characters and being like, oh, some weird thing right there, I see it. Do you see it? It's right there. It's fun. And I like, I don't know if this comes back, but I like having Sholmes, like, completely get things wrong. And you're just like, oh, actually you're wrong, it's this. It's very obviously this. This game is so disco. Oh yeah. Wait until you get to the dance number. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Probably one of the better series gimmicks. What would other gimmicks be? Anime.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. Ah, she turns just a little bit so we can see it. Oh, you mean this? I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear. Oh, don't look right here. Don't look. There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have been broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. Gah! In other words, last night, Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell, with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Stroganoff is just defeated, dude. Oh. Beef stroganoff. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it with his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Oh, Right has some spoilers. Apollo has... I don't know if I'll ever play the Apollo games. Apollo has the ability to see tells. Athena has psychology. There's also Raffia's ability to see the victim's final moments in Game 6. That sounds whack. And multiple witnesses from Professor Layton and this game. Ah, and Edgeworth's logic. Huh. Interesting. So they all got like weird abilities. And our ability is the dance of deduction or whatever. It's not really an ability like a... the ability to see the victim's final moments. It's just more of like using deduction to get to the middle of like the problem. I like it. It's more grounded, I guess, which is nice. If people didn't really like that like outlandishness of some spiritual ability, they like push that out, get out of here. Edgeworth has logic, yeah, I guess. Edgeworth is the The guy with... Is he got slicked back hair? He's in the Ace Attorney trilogy, right? Oh no, he's got the bangs. That's right. The big bangs. I'm thinking of Phoenix. Phoenix Wright has the slicked back hair. Solving the case? Hold on. What did you do to Kazuma? Hold on, I'm dancing? Did someone just shoot her? Or did she just get shot with facts? It was the butler, I think? He's not the butler. He's a police officer. He's an inspector. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was... Is this her speaking? Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb on this huge ship. No, the other one? It's the same guy. In general, this game feels a lot more grounded than the trilogy and beyond. Well, like, if I finish these and I really like them, which I do so far, but if it ends on a high note, I'm probably going to jump into the trilogy, so I'll have to get ready for the wackiness. I hope they do more ports or remasters or whatever you want to call them of the other ones, too. It sucks to have them, like, stranded on handhelds or wherever else they are. I think they're all just handheld games, but... And then, when I was in the last cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! Okay. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. I'd like to see the Edgeworth duology get a re-release, so Investigations 2 finally releases in English. It'd be cool. I'd like to see all of them. It just seems like a franchise that Capcom kind of just, like, brushes away. When, honestly, it's probably one of their, like, more well-known ones, even just for the memes. Like, let's, Capcom IP. Her total sales. Game series sales. I'm looking at their game series sales right now. The wind is pushing me. I'm going here. Let's look. Let's take a peek. Take a break for a sec. This can't be right. Dragons, that's got to include, like, every single SKU, right? Devil May Cry has 35 titles, 24 million. Okay, you know what? Ace Attorney, 8 million sales. It's not one of their biggest. It's bigger than, maybe. It's bigger than Dead Rising. I feel. It's more, I feel like it's more in the zeitgeist than Dead Rising. Nobody cares about Dead Rising anymore. Plus, I can't imagine these games cost, like, anything to make. Right? What do you... I'm gonna guess that the budget for making a single Ace Attorney game is probably, like, 5 mil? Because they don't do any marketing. They're on mobile, too. The latter trilogy, at least. Okay. Lost Planet was sick? Lost Planet was pretty sick. It's the second and third one that weren't. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Knock, knock. Clunk. Kazuma! Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they usually can probably do pretty low budget. Ace Attorney 6 felt quite high budget for the Ace Attorney series, though. They had mocap actors. That's crazy. Does that mean Resolve is the same? Or they just did it for that one? Because if Ace Attorney 6 was between this and Great Ace Attorney 2... Although I feel like that would be a bit of a weird change to be like, okay, the first one doesn't have mocap, but the second one does. Especially for something like this where it's just like a duology. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and very kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from the land of faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. It made his headband flow forever. Maybe that's the trigger event for his headband. Saw the flowing of the ballerina's dance. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Rip Kazuma, dude. I love Kazuma. I was hoping we would see more with him. I legit did not see his death coming so quickly, dude. It hurt. I was dreaming for Kazuma and Ryunosuke to finally embrace. He just wanted a photograph. An autograph, sorry. Wait, I'm trying to get my marker. I just need an autograph. It's so unceremoniously, too. Yeah, you just see him conked on the ground. You're like, oh, Kazuma's dead? What? Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Meow! Darka jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet. And... he trippity-doo-dah dead. As he turned around to look at me... Oh, I pushed him. I don't even know why. Because you wanted to keep your secret, it's very obvious. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Ah, Kazuma. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway? Just instinct. She pushed him. She just looks at him as like, ah! Yeah! It wasn't malice, it was just instinct. It wasn't a malicious, like, I'm going to kill you with this push. She was out for blood. She smelled the blood in him and needed it to come out. She just didn't know it was going to take him out forever. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Russian ballerina vampire." She said, "Sorry, beef stroganoff. I need lots of blood. Help me suck it out of him, beef." If they find out, I'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to look like I did it. so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Duh. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around, make sure nothing was to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So he worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. Duh. She said Russian ballerina vampire, and I was incredibly confused. But the body hiding is my hobby. I like doing it. I did it for the government. I thought it would be fun. It's usually what we do on the ship. We saw all the boys were hiding the bodies again. Crazy boys on the boat. So I figured we were just playing game. I figured, okay, alright, crazy word, wardrobe. Perfect. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susudo-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place, used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote, whatever that means, but it says wardrobe. And tell me, where did the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job. By pressing emergency alarm button in the passageway? Not Russian. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. Ryunosuke great at Russian language, but not at speaking, just at saying with crazy accent. But I do know da, and niet, and for some reason suka. Don't know where I learned that one. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yeah. But even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, she was worried that like a police officer was going to come in. I understand. Worried about the inspector. He said an inspector was his friend. Yeah, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I can't help but feel like the Russian writing is in reference to a study in Scarlet. With the German writing in that. A study in Scarlet. Is that the title? A study in Scarlet? I'm looking this up. A study in Scarlet. Oh, it totally is. It totally is. Arthur Conan Doyle, baby. 100%. There's no way it's not. And it's the first thing you're introduced with Sherlock Holmes? Of course it is. I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. Gah. So before he could pull Belcord, we already know. May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Gah. Is there another twist? It doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think he was probably going to ask me, right? Sussado. Everything's sus to her. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He's probably gonna... No, he was gonna open the thing and ask me. He was going to send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There was one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take in that moment? It's so obvious. Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? To his good friend, moi. First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yeah, exactly how it was. Yeah. Asogi's theme. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Is that what his theme is called? Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? No, okay. You can't afford to be out by even a little when it comes to following the gaze where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Me. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly, too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. That's the weirdest part about this, is that they drugged every chicken and fed it to everyone. So funny.
Take that!
Do you think I'd literally just scream, "Take that" at her? She's like, no, he was certainly gonna tell the captain and everyone about me. And I'm like, shut up! He was looking at me! Though it wouldn't be fitting as the least fitting theme name. Gant from Ace Attorney 1 has an organ theme called Swimming Anyone. Swimming Anyone? Is it like a question like swimming anyone? Or is it just swimming anyone? Swimming anyone. Theme. Damon Gant's theme. Oh, it is a question mark. It's like swimming, comma, anyone? Okay. Certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend sleeping soundly. Gah! Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Miss Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Yep. My good friend. My very good friend. My best friend, if you will. There was some vibes going on. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I am so sorry. What have I done? And it fades back in. That was a nice fade out and then fade back in. It was good. To give the moment a second to breathe. The large mystery surrounding the tragic incident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Yeah, only at the cost of our best friend, dude. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police in Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try and repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to some of the immigration office and sort it all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she wouldn't be going back to Russia then? His glasses are fixed now. I don't know how that happened. He probably just had another pair, but... No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. It's okay, Beef Stroganoff. You didn't know, dude. I mean, you did know, but... You know, I forgive you. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British people. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. In case you didn't see, you let me go. Thank you. You took the cuffs off, remember? Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well... Do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? I think it's a fact of life that glasses can be fixed without an issue in Ace Attorney, even on the fly. Okay. Okay, if that's an Ace Attorney rule, I'll forget about it every single time. I like it. Haha, see my wrist? Unbound, unlike Nina's. Her wrist will never be like mine again. Duh. Neither were yours. See, remember those cuffs you took off me? Might as well put them back on yourself. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Wait! Herlock, take me with you. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. Alright, fun game. Look at the time, we better go. Gotta go back to Japan now. Wait, they kept his sword? Seems like a distant memory now. I was hoping we'd get to at least see the biggest Benjamin in all the world. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Oh, she's got the sword. Susato. Susato-san. Oh! Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. It's Big Ben, not Biggest Ben. Whoops, my bad. I thought it was Biggest Ben. It was the largest Ben. What's the biggest Ben in all the land, then? Oh, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave ship tomorrow and all that. There's a larger one out there? Let me check. I'm looking this up. What is the biggest Ben in the world? I mean, it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself right there. Can you argue with the facts? I don't think so. The cast is pretty good. Good designs, too. I feel like the cast stands out. Like, as soon as you see someone, you're like, oh, I know who that person is. There is no, like, fumbling around with the names. Ooh, I don't think I've seen Tears yet. Still, I can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Hosonaga is a fun character, too. Yeah, I love Hosonaga, dude. I always... He's always, like, so far behind everyone in terms of, like, actually figuring things out that I always voice him as, like, really, like, oh, wow, crazy. I love him. And he's just bleeding all the time. What's wrong with him? Do you ever find out? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. I wouldn't call it a silly series of mishaps, but... Yup, by a Russian ballerina vampire. I can't believe the Russian vampire took her out with a crazy... It took him out with a crazy Russian dance. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, it's the inspector. Sorry, I didn't read that properly. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends to great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. What? Who put the cuffs back on? Sholmes! Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, The balance seems all wrong. Oh yeah. That's a great theme. Is this his theme? It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. This is Sholm's theme, I believe. It's great. It's whimsy. It's whimsical. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? A tip of the hat to you, milady. I think my favorite character theme is Gregson's themes, but that's in future. Gregson. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Or an ear out, I guess. But Sholm said you need to listen with your eyes, so I'm going to keep an eye out for the theme. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. You sweaty again? I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened here. Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? We got a lawyer right here and an assistant right there. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Or Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. He is a professional suspect. Every time I've played this so far, he's been a suspect. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Yeah. He's even got cuffs on. Last time we saw his hands, he still had cuffs on. He's a suspect even when free from custody. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Let me take a quick puff. Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. And so racism brings our adventure to a continue. Here we go again, saved from the ever-flowing wave of the big race war. Japan? You guys know nothing. You come to Britain. You finally learn something, okay? Okay, Sholmes. Yes. Miss Susato? Yeah? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not. But I could try. I'm interested now, if it means I could go to the Greatest Britain. I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must become to become a... He's gonna become a great lawyer in a month? Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all of that in just 40 days? Law school, who? Overrated. I'm gonna read some books around here. Surely there's stuff around here that says law, right? There's only one way to find out. On my crazy, wacky boat adventure, I learned law. And I'm gonna practice it in the Greatest Britain. For if my name isn't Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and I'm gonna see the biggest Ben. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? Please be right. Russian ballerina vampire lawyer, right? Please be right. Please let me be Russian vampire sexy lawyer. And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Probably execution. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Kinda overreacting? He was passionate about it, and I can't let all that passion come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I hate Japan. I don't want to go back. I want to see Britain. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. As he whispers to himself. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. I'd like to be a lawyer for this exchange. You what? Officer, get the sword. Get the big machete. We got this fresh plate. It's just cleaned. Just cleaned for this occasion. I want a head on here later. And it's that, guys. No, no, no. This is madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? What? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? Gah! He's right! Damn it, he's right! And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. All 4 of them. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt again. This man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. That's right. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Now, Cass. That's true. That's right. I'm sorry. He had at least 6. He broke his old glasses. You're right. It's more than 4 eyes. So he's seen all those characters 6 times now. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? CX. I said that I'd do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Eat your words, dude. Oh, thank you, Inspector. Hosonaga. He always comes around at the end. He always chips in for us. Like when he saved the steaks, he saved the 2 steaks. He's like, yeah, I just decided to keep these. As evidence, of course. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Ciao. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? I like his convictions, too. He believes in evidence. He'd make a great detective in Great Britain. I'm gonna try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Hi. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you! And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword, and has been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So that's how I get my sword, huh? I figured he would give it to me, not that he would die and I would inherit it. Shouldn't it be up to his family as well, whether I get it or not? So then, Mrs. Sato. It seems we'll be working together for some time. To come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. I like her little book. It's cute. She keeps it up her sleeve. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Study a girl. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. What? This isn't... What? I'm sorry. Could you say that again? Could you... Is this a kinky step on a moment, or is this, like, part of learning? I'm gonna do it, and you're gonna be like, well, that's a crime. You shouldn't have assaulted me. I should never have doubted you. Oh, okay. It's like a... What's the word? Repent. She's repenting. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. 1, 2, 3, baby, step on me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, not just once, but 5 times. Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? I have a feeling it's not going to be the last time, either. Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I forgot you were there. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presumed that it would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Throw her into a bedpost. You mean for him to throw you like this, right? Just flips her around into the bedpost, and we're in this situation again. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Jujutsu? Which jujutsu? Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh god, I'm at 350% zoom. The only thing that happens when I look up Jujutsu is Jujutsu Kaisen. Comes up. That's it. So I'm just gonna assume it's Mage Wars or whatever. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. Let me take a quick puff. I'm a practitioner of combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yeah, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready? What? Sorry? I knew it wouldn't be the last time. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato squash. What? She used 2 different throws on me? In my groggy state of consciousness. Of course. You're right, of course. They made the animation, they have to use it. Not just once. Not just twice. Apparently not thrice. They will use it as many times as they need to. They'll shove it in wherever. Do you not understand these games were made with a budget, okay? You can't just make that animation and then not abuse it everywhere. I'm there for it, though. I'll take it. I'll take the hits. A scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. No, we're gonna get a sad Cosmo scene? Karuma. That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. No, not the license. That was free. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it aboard with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. That's the last time we'll see him do that. A Japanese man is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. We get to chop a guy at last? Finally! Some bloodshed! Karuma will taste blood at last. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Last time we'll see that flowing headband of his, and his steely gaze, and his warming smile. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. but I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And that was great. That was longer than the first episode. But that was wonderful. A little long in some places, but I had a great time. I was sucked in. I was planning on stopping at the second investigation part, but I wanted to see it through to the end. I just enjoy it that much. I got to see it through. Yeah, so that's it for this week. I don't know what day I'll do it on. Maybe Wednesday? We'll do the next case next week. But on Monday, I think I'm going to play something else. But yeah, that was fun. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the insight, Fire Swarm Dragon. It was great to get a little insight into the series. Some new emotes for Detective Days. Hey, thanks for the follow, too. Hope to see you back. Some new... we need emotes? What's the emote? What emotes are we going to have? We'll think about it. We'll stir it around. We got lots of cases to do. We can think of new emotes as we go. You should watch the intro to the next one as a little tease. Okay. You know what? We're gonna play the intro to the next one. And then as soon as the intro's done, I'm just gonna cut. So this is your good night. I hope everyone has a great night or morning, whatever. One Star, I know you just got up like 5 minutes ago, so good morning. We'll play the intro, and I'll just cut. The runaway room. Yeah. I'm leaning down.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the
There's always
dead of
fog.
night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Dude,
Amazing. Is this
my
really
hat.
just a
My hat is so
railway station?
sick.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
This is so jolly, dude. Brian's Coco.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
My pleasure.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world.
London.
Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Is that it? Yep, there we go. Meet London. Welcome to the great city of London. Goodbye.